Siło. Ale prąd działa, Jerlyk. Prąd działa. Prąda nie wywaliło, bo wtedy to wywaliło cały prąd. A teraz mi neta po prostu wywaliło. O chwila, bo Genshin się zepsuł w ogóle, nie? Jesus. Dobra. Działa chyba już, nie? Ale ci ten... Nie no, Genshina też wywaliło na chwilę. Ale już jesteśmy, tak? Wszyscy są. Dzień dobry, witam. Chyba się strzygłaś? Jak to się wymienia? Tak, obcinałam się sama. A co? A co? Okej. Okay. Wzięłam się, obcięłam. Zrób turnaround? A nie, bo się boję, że z tyłu jest krzywo. Chociaż nie powinno, bo patrzyłam w lustro. Okej, nie wiem, czy się mogę jakoś odwrócić. Chwila. Co powiemy, dobra. Może być? Jednak poczułam w lustro, to chyba było okej. Tak wiesz. Ja akurat mam takie włosy, że one mi się skręcają, więc jakby coś było nierównego, to i tak tego nie widać. Więc... A ja w ogóle nie prostuję włosów. Zostawiam je raczej, właśnie robię tak, żeby mi się skręcały. To wtedy ten... Mam Rengoku vibes. No, są takie frufru są. Jakoś mi się tak lżej na głowie zrobiło. Ale tak dzisiaj se poprawiałam, awatara se poprawiałam ogólnie i tak se rysuję i tak myślę, a idę się obciąć, nie? Jolo. Dobra, czy możemy wrócić do gry? Chyba możemy, co? Dobra, na chwilę mieliśmy jakiegoś DDoSa. Ale chyba już jesteśmy. Już można grać. Już można grać. Ja jeszcze specjalnie jak myję włosy i tak dalej, to ja je specjalnie jeszcze wydobywam jakby fale i skręty z włosów, żeby mi się bardziej skręcały właśnie. Ja lubię jak moje włosy są takie, wiecie, nie ogar. Jedyne co robię to grzywkę, bo grzywkę no to muszę ją wymodelować, ale resztę nie muszę. I wtedy jest S. No, tylko muszę się wybrać do fryzjera, bo farbnęłam się też, tylko wiem, nie widać tego. Ja wiem, nie widać tego, ja to wiem. Ale nie wiem, mnie nie chwyta ta farba w ogóle, nie? Nie rozumiem tej farby, no ale...
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
A to już nie opuściliśmy wcześniej tego więzienia? No i ciul. Fajny ten termosik jest. To jest termosik, który dostałam w świątecznej paczce od Twitcha. Bardzo fajny. Ale on jest tylko na 2 kubki herbaty. Chcę dzbanek kupić. Termosik spoko, ale no za mała pojemność. Dobra, kaszojad na 79 wishu poleciał. O! To tylko 2 więcej ode mnie. A ty miałeś 50 na 50? Czy gwaranta miałeś? Dobra, to ja się cieszę, jak ludzie dostają swoje postaci, kurde, bo tak przegrywanie 50 na 50 to smutne jest faktycznie, nie? Dlatego warto grać w Punishing Grey Raven, czaty, bo w Punishing Grey Raven nowe postaci mają 100% banerów. No, 100%. Dobra, czyli się wypisujemy z więzienia. Najwyższy czas.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
Litra to i tak sporo.
It's been so long since we've been to
No
the
niby
surface.
sporo, no
What's your
ale...
even- Huh?
No ale...
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Pewnie to wszystko wybuchnie. Wybuchnie, właśnie, bo tak, myśmy ostatnio, czekaj, przypomnijmy sobie w ogóle, co się ostatnio wydarzyło, więc ostatnio wypływa ta woda, ta primordial, nie? I ten, czekajcie, ściszę sobie telefon. Wypływa primordial, woda, która rozpuszcza ludzi z Fontaine. Taki trochę kwas, nie? Ale... No ale it is what it is.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
I żeśmy ją zatkali, ale podejrzewam, że nie na długo. Dobra, a teraz się mieliśmy wpisać z więzienia i kij wie, co się dzieje, okej. Tak, Daddy Nuwilet uratował sytuację, ale on sam mówił, że to jest tylko tymczasowe rozwiązanie, więc... Więc coś się odpierdoli tutaj. Na pewno. Mnie już...
Good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Bo mnie już oczywiście TikToki zaczęły spoilerami walić, nie? Muszę tak szybko sklorować. Po prostu przeglądanie TikToka przed robieniem Archon Questa z Genshina to jest ryzykowne, nie? Co prawda są te takie wielkie banery, że spoiler 4.2, nie? Ale musisz mieć refleks, żeby to szybko przewinąć. I sobie nie zaspoilerować, nie? Cześć, Neko-chan. Dziękuję, dziękuję. Nowy look.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from
Nowy
the
look,
seafloor.
nowe ja.
In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ty, to może się wrócimy po Childa, jak dzisiaj jest ten dzień czyszczenia rur.
Aha, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries. You
Emotional
must be
damage.
just joking.
Emotional damage.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Oj tam.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the fort. We should probably go report. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette?
I'm sure just your regard.
I believe.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of...
Dobra, czyli na razie nic ciekawego, nic nowego. Po prostu wymeldowujemy się z więzienia. Ciekawe, czy te... A, właśnie, trzeba będzie też przetestować tą furinę. Nowego busika. Tak, właśnie ja byłam ciekawa w ogóle, jaka jest historia. Znaczy w sumie robiłam story questa w Rizliego, może tam jest info, ale no ogólnie byłam ciekawa, skąd on ma te blizny. Jakaś historia tych blizn, tak ogólnie. Ale tak, ma. Ogólnie Jarlyk +1 dla Sakushimiego Jakby nie będę wam tłumaczyć, o co chodzi, czemu, jak i dlaczego, ale starajcie się nie reklamować po prostu innych content kreatorów na moim streamie, ok? I to nieważne, czy kogoś lubię, czy kogoś nie lubię, po prostu uszanujcie to, bo za tym się kryją pewne rzeczy, których ja wam nie muszę się teraz tłumaczyć, ok? I to nie jest kwestia, czy się lubię, czy się nie lubię. Po prostu uszanujcie i to jest taki trochę savoir vivre streamerów, że no... To jest takie średnie, jak idziesz do kogoś na streama i mówisz, że idziesz coś robić u innego streamera i to się tyczy właściwie wszystkiego, nie? I nieważne, czy lubisz tego streamera, czy go nie lubisz. Po prostu, no jakby... Uszanujcie to i tyle. Ale Jarlek, to nie znaczy, że możesz przyłazić mi na streama i gadać o innym... Wiesz, to, że oni wisi w przyjaciołach, że tak powiem, nam tego, żeby reklamować innych... No, Discord to drugie, nie? No. Jakby to, że na Discordzie go reklamuje, to jedno, ale no jesteśmy na streamie. I jakby, no... Co ja mam powiedzieć? Mnie tak średnio interesuje, co wy robicie u innych content kreatorów, więc no jakby teraz gramy w grę, chcemy sobie pograć, a ja tak średnio chcę słyszeć, co wy robicie u innych content kreatorów, no. Jak jest okazja, to oczywiście się rajdujemy i tak dalej, no ale jakby ja chcę uniknąć sytuacji, w której reklamujecie innych content kreatorów, gdzie potem ktoś sobie pomyśli, że można i nie zrozumie jakby całej idei i będzie gadał o innych content kreatorach, nawet tych, których na przykład nie lubię, nie? No. A poza tym, wiesz, no to jest też tak stream powinien się skupiać na danym streamerze, a nie, że ktoś przychodzi i opowiada o innym streamerze. Nie wiem, mam nadzieję, że rozumiesz, nie? O co mi chodzi. Jakby ja osobiście, jak coś, ja Olbiza bardzo lubię i ogólnie jakby to nie o to chodzi, nie? Tylko generalnie, no, gadanie o innych content kreatorach, gdzie nie ma jakby tematu, no to jest jednoznaczne z takim trochę reklamowaniem go i jakby, no, ja jestem wtedy mniej ważna, tak to odbieram i każdy streamer tak to będzie odbierał. Po prostu, więc no. Więc się skupmy na tym streamie, a to co Jerlik ty sobie będziesz robił tam po streamie, a u kogo wishował mi to tam lotto, nie? Ale jakby ja się nie będę do tego odnosić, no bo co się mam odnosić, no jakby... no przecież ci nie zabronię, nie? Ale się też, no nie mam co do tego odnosić, o. O to chodzi, nie? Kurde, polałam se. Przecież nie ma, nie jest pełne. Także jak Saku wam będzie zwracał o to uwagę, to uszanujcie i tyle, bo to nie jest tak, że to jest jego widzimisię, tylko no jeżeli zwraca uwagę, a ja nie reaguję na to, co on pisze, to znaczy, że to raczej jest ode mnie kwestia, a nie od niego, nie? Także sędzia Maria Wesołowska w Genshinie? Tak, w sumie Nuwileta możemy wziąć jako sędzię Mariannę Wesołowską, no. Też możesz polać. A to tobie bym polała jakiegoś alkoholu, bo tak herbatę to... No tak, nie, tobie to coś mocniejszego polała, nie? Cześć, Exit. Exit, ale ty czajesz, że ty wlazłeś w momencie, kiedy coś tłumaczyłam, tak? Nie rozdwoję się, sorry. Nie jesteś tutaj najważniejszy, dziękuję. Dobra, zróbmy skipa, bo ja serio będę robiła to z 5 godzin. Idziemy teraz do Nuwileta. Pewnie tutaj poogarniać nasze paperworks, że się wydupiamy, że tak powiem brzydko z tego, z więzienia. W ogóle ciekawe, że tutaj nie ma... Czy ja nie zaczęłam jakiegoś questa, bo nie ma dialogów? W sensie nie ma dubbingu. To nie jest Archon quest, prawda? Kurwa. Co jest? Nie, no to jest to. Aha, tylko se... Okej, dobra, nieważne. Właśnie, abyś mi wysłał donate'a exit, to bym to bym od razu cię zauważyła, no. Nawet ten donate by przeczytał, więc nawet nie musiałabym opluwać. O, to do przykładu. Rzadko co piję alkohole, więc herbata nie byłaby zła. A co powiesz, Jerek, na herbatę z prądem?
Excuse me. Which I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got.
Herbata z prądem.
Everyone's so busy.
Dobra, widzisz, tutaj nawet w gierce nas opluwają. Wszyscy nas opluwają, są zajęci jakąś robotą. Nawet Nuwilet jest zajęty, patrzcie jak on myśli.
Hello. In the
Z
meantime,
czym? No z
please,
prądem.
have a seat. If you'd
Herbata
like
z
to have something
prądem.
to drink,
That's all right. We just said.
very well
Jak to
then.
z prądem? No z prądem, no w sensie z procentami, tylko to się prąd nazywa wtedy.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Na razie tu się nic nie dzieje.
All right. That should wrap things up.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry. to
Przyszliśmy
keep
na
you
razie do
waiting.
Nuwileta.
Today should be the day you will...
That's right.
I stawiamy się przed nim ogólnie, żeby w końcu domknąć kwestię tego więzienia i żeby nas
Massive
wypisali.
whale.
Do you have any idea what that?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters.
A, dobra, i teraz opowiadamy mu o tej wizji, którą mieliśmy pod samym końcu tego Archon Questa, nie? Że widzieliśmy giga wieloryba, żeśmy widzieli.
A whale
Okay.
of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore,
A to nie był już
you
taki
can
drink? No
only
podobno
assume the
Elegawin
child
takie
is
pije.
presently immersed in primordials.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Podobno.
Most people wouldn't
Tak
be
zwane
capable of
napoje
entering in the
wyskokowe.
first place.
Zazwyczaj ma
I'm not
herbatkę z
completely
prądem.
sure how you could have gotten there myself. Yes, what is it?
Ah, right. We asked the Duke.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, if the change in water,
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask
Dobra,
you
czyli
two to
będziemy
go to
zgłębiać,
Poisson first.
czym jest ta wizja nasza, tak?
Get going.
Póki co.
Please be careful.
Właśnie, ile części ma ten Archon Quest? Bo on chyba też jest podzielony na party, nie? Że part 1, part 2 i takie tam. Plus minus. Exit, ja mam wrażenie, że ty dzisiaj chyba lewą nóżką wstałeś. Jak to? Co to się stało? Czemu jesteś taki dzisiaj markotny? Jak to tak? Mnie za dużo gierek w lidze przegranych. No.
Oh no. What happened?
Kurde. Jakaś powódź tu była?
Navia should be around here.
Woda. Smutna piosenka, jak no. Wiedz, że coś się tu stało, na pewno, na bank. Na 100%.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance. All right. Just a...
Już chłop leży, więc raczej nie będzie miał problemów z równowagą.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
A to chyba to trzęsienie, żeśmy ten... Psychoempatia 100%. To takie trzęsienie, żeśmy słyszeli, nie? O. Czekajcie, a. Jezu, uwielbiam. Idziemy tu i nagle quest nas wywala 1000 metrów dalej, nie? A nie, czekaj. Czemu mi zaznaczył? Za dużo questów mam odpalonych, no bez kitu, nie? Muszę się pilnować. Fuck. Cię już chciałam zwyzywać. Ale czemu gra nie trakuje mi main questa, tylko zaznaczyła mi jakiegoś random questika dalej? Co to ma być? Nie rozumiem logiki tej gry czasem, nie?
Navia, she's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
No, w ogóle Nawię zapowiedzieli w następnym update'cie, czyli 4.3. Ktoś z was w ogóle ma w planach po Nawie? Bo wszedł jak wcisnąłeś V. No ale V to ten... Powinno od razu śledzić ten...
We heard there was a situation in
Yes,
Mła.
as you can.
I tą zapowiedzieli... To 5 zapowiedzieli, tą... Chevry.
Demoiselle, there's a wounded resident next to a
Czyta
building
tą
southeast of here. We've already transported him to
pompą
safety,
wersję
but we've
damską.
run out of medical supplies.
Widzę, że Nawia będzie miała swoich tutaj
He's
zwolenników.
wounded?
Nie no,
How
fajna
badly?
też postać.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and
Próbuję, ale za
eventually...
dużo je będę rolował. Ok. No jak wywalisz wszystkie się teraz w tą Vocalors, to może być problem, może
Find
być
the leader of
problem.
Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident.
Understood.
No bo to jest smutna muzyczka, no zalało ich tutaj, niektórzy sobie nogi połamali, inni stracili swoje dzieci, zostali starzy i teraz sobie nie dadzą rady, no trochę empatii.
All right, you'll.
Tutaj się tragedia stała, ja wiem, że tego nie widać, ale tu jest naprawdę smutno i przykro, no. Ludzie są w opłakanym stanie.
Suddenly, the rushing water seemed everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water. Those who realized the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible.
W sumie to ja z Archonów nie mam tej, tylko Nahidy, póki co. Ale Nahidę nie usiowałam, skipowałam ją.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Is there any
Nie no, Michu, ja tutaj przyznaję, że ostatnio Fontaine to trochę grafik poszedł do przodu, bo dodali animację łez. A wcześniej tych animacji łez takich nie było.
Thank you.
Więc troszeczkę tutaj jest progres.
Dad, Navia?
Cześć, Fairy! No proszę, a ciebie nie miało nie być dzisiaj? Czy to nie ciebie?
Demoiselle,
Szok i
we've got a
wrażenie.
situation here.
Ah. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, traveler.
Huh? Right
Nie ma
now?
Wi-Fi, wyszedł. A pytanie, zagram w Robloxa? Absolutnie. Absolutnie. Pa, ja mam 30 lat. Żebym ja grała w Robloxa? Weź.
Thank you.
Błagam was. Już moim szczytem było zagranie Fortnite'a, naprawdę. To już było maksimum, gdzie mogłam dotrzeć. Ale Robloxa, no w życiu, no powaliło chyba was. Nie wiem, co ja bym miała robić w tym Robloxie, serio. To już wolałabym w Minecrafta zagrać niż w Robloxa, jakbym miała wybór. Raptem 2 razy. Nie, no trochę więcej niż 2 razy graliśmy. Ale no fakt, no nie graliśmy jakoś intensywnie Fortnite'a, nie, ale no przed Fortnite'em też się wzbraniałam, przypominam. Fortnite to jest taka maksymalna poprzeczka, gdzie mogę dotrzeć, nie?
Not a lot of people here,
30? Nie wyglądasz. A, dziękuję. Nie no, jak się nie umaluję, ubiorę sobie dresy, zepnę sobie włosy w takiego kucka, no to wtedy mogę wyglądać. Tak samo od Lola? Nie, no od Lola nie, no. Znaczy, przy lidze to było trochę inaczej, bo ja miałam już i tak 3 lata przerwy w lidze. Więc bałam się trochę wrócić do ligi, bo wiedziałam, że liga uzależnia i dlatego się broniłam przed ligą. Ale nie dlatego, że liga to jest zjebana gra, bo w lidze są zjebani ludzie, a nie gra, bo gra jest nawet spoko. Chociaż czasami niektóre te postaci, no takie out of balance są, to też wiemy. Ale ona uzależnia strasznie i ja się bałam, że się znowu uzależnia po prostu. A, słyszałam, że Fortnite teraz bije jakieś rekordy, że udało im się znowu jakby, Epic Games znowu jakby ogarnął. A w ogóle dlaczego teraz Fortnite nagle jest taki popularny? Bo oni mieli jakby taką równie pochyłą w tym Fortnite i nagle jest skok. Właśnie słyszałam o tym. No my po prostu mamy, wiecie, to jest chyba syndrom sztokholmski. Coś jest złe i tak się do tego wraca. Powróci do OG. A czym jest OG?
Malus and Silver. They...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping and... I've known them for so long.
A, ktoś zginął w trakcie tego, okej.
I could at least hold
Whatever,
a funeral
skip.
for my father. And I know where he rests.
Powrócili do tego, co było w pierwszym sezonie. A co było w pierwszym sezonie? Serio, bo ja jakby Fortnite to tak średnio, nie? Dobre czasy. A, okej, dobra, no to dla mnie wystarczające. Czyli znowu są dobre czasy w Fortnite, tak? Co chcecie powiedzieć?
I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could yet the cemetery buying yourself a plot? No
A to oni zginęli?
But
Teraz?
I hope you'll let me be
No nie mów, że ten dziadek zginął teraz i ratowali tych typów teraz, ale czemu w ogóle nie było... Czekaj, stop! Chwila. Zatrzymajmy się tu na chwilę. Czemu w ogóle, jakby nie rozumiem tego, jesteśmy w więzieniu, nagle jest łubudu, przychodzimy na miejsce i wszyscy beczą. Czemu nie było cutscenki, że na przykład coś się rozwala, że oni, nie wiem, gdzieś biegną, kogoś ratują, tylko tak przychodzimy na gotowe, tak łubudu jest, jakby straciłam imersję w tym.
Hey, stop.
Ja chcę zobaczyć, jak umierają, no dokładnie, halo.
That makes sense. After all, besides you, demoiselle.
Myślałam, że to jakieś, wiecie, jakieś przydupasy umarły czy coś, nie? Ale ten dziadek umarł. Tego młodego to tamten, ale ten był bardzo fajny.
I believe we've...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously?
Co rzeź, no, dokładnie.
I'd really prefer not
Jak
to
to
talk
tak?
about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't...
I had always thought...
Czyli już nie ma ze sobą bodyguardów.
I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena... Khan...
Dobra, jakieś
so-
no-name'y.
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Malusens...
You're right. What you said just...
Oh.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Jak wchodzi Arlecchino, to się już nie skipuje.
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your
Nave!
All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated,
Knaga,
and we are
kurde.
preparing to
To nie
relocate
Baldur's
them to higher
Gate.
ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
O, jaka milusia.
do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter.
Then touch the darkness within you.
Might fit this time.
Gdzie?
It never even
Czekaj,
crossed my
co?
mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Skacze, nie widzę, skacze mi.
Unsle Smokon subuje przez
Smokon!
23 miesięcy.
Dziękuję
Orchihello,
bardzo.
Orchihello.
Orchihello, dzień dobry, dziękuję bardzo. Wsparcie tego kanału, bardzo dziękuję, Uncle Smokon.
Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive development.
Dają na szczęście jest czas. Jeżeli nie zmienią postanowień, jeżeli chodzi o wychodzenie postaci, to na nią jest sporo czasu, jest sporo jakby update'ów do zeskipowania, ale... No właśnie, ale... Tak mówię, przed nią podobno będzie jeszcze jedna postać, którą jestem nawet zainteresowana, więc kurczę pieczone.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency
Pewien
supplies.
adeptus zliłe?
I'm quite surprised.
Znaczy, no to nie jest już adeptus zliłe chyba. Ale dawno temu, za górami, za lasami, był jednym z adeptaj, no.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand.
Znaczy, mnie w ogóle zastanawia, jak ta postać się w ogóle pojawi, z jakiej paki ona w ogóle będzie do wypulowania i że będzie to grywalna postać. W sensie, co się odwali takiego w story, że ta postać się pojawi jako, wiecie, playable, nie? Czy twoja postać jest kobietą? Tak.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me.
Właśnie nie wiem, Onion, bo na razie jakby, nie wiem, bo tak jak mówię, ja nie biorę pod uwagę lików, bo nieraz się te liki zmieniały. Ale jeżeli ta postać się pojawi, jako grana postać, bo na przykład o Skirk w ogóle nie słyszałam, nic a nic. Dopiero teraz jak się pojawiła, to dla mnie to było w ogóle, kto to jest, nie? I wcześniej jakby nie było ani modelu, ani nic i tak dalej. A ta postać się gdzieś tam pojawia. Jeżeli została przesunięta, to whatever. Chodzi mi o to, że w ogóle co się odwali takiego, że ona nagle pojawi się w tej formie, w której jest przedstawiona jako grywalna. I dlaczego ona będzie grywalną postacią, nie?
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Och, te grzeczności, daruj się, bo masz to w dupie na pewno.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
No, wiem, Saku, musimy się tutaj, że tak powiem, ograniczać, nie? Ale to jeszcze ktoś idę się ma pojawić? Bo ja tam nie widziałam nikogo nowego, z takich nowych. Też tego tak nie śledzę, więc tyle to, co mi tam TikTok podsunął, więc jakby ja nie siedzę w tym, nie?
As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't
Ale możemy
choose to
napisać na PW,
sacrifice themselves for any
najwyżej.
specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to
Ale
become
w Genshinie?
heroes themselves.
Ale że... co? Ale czemu tak wcześnie? A żeby tak wcześnie się pojawiła?
I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
No chyba, że to będzie coś w stylu jak się bliźniak pojawił, że a no siema, jestem, mam jakiś swój plan, ty se teraz podróżuj, elo, nie? I to będzie takie jakby wprowadzenie. No siema, jestem, istnieję, nie? No dobra, spotkamy się kiedyś. Za kolejne 3 lata. Coś ten deseń.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Sorry for
Water
your
is
loss.
life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
No, też o Impacta mi chodzi, nie? No, tobie chodzi pewnie o tą pierwszą postać, którą spotykamy, jak w ogóle odpalamy Genshina, tak?
So, you're one who will
No bo
try
kto
to
inny?
change
No,
fate
no
then.
to mówimy o tej samej
Of
postaci.
course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
No ale trochę wcześnie, no.
By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Funkajowe postaci?
Alright, then we'll just...
Nie, we'll see. A cię wiesz, ja się nie zdziwię, jeżeli ta postać dostała jakiegoś upgrade'a ogólnie, nie?
Just to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
Że, bo jednak, no to jest postać, która pojawiła się raz do tej pory. Na samym początku gry. Więc ja się nie zdziwię, jak jej model zmienią czy coś. I do tej pory była tylko wspominana i tyle. Nigdy już nie była jej pokazywana.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia traveler. I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Czy wy widzicie, jakie ona ma buty? Jakie ona ma, kurde, szpile? Ale ona ma... Co to są za buty? One są jakby... Tak. Wiecie, jakby, czekajcie, jak tu macie stopę, nie? To zazwyczaj w bucie to ta stopa jest mniej więcej tak i tutaj macie szpileczkę, nie? Ona ma coś takiego! Co jest? What the fuck? Ona chodzi cały czas na palcach? Boże, ale musi rypać jej kręgosłup.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's.
Ja wiem, że są takie, ale to jest porypane chodzić w takich butach. Zazwyczaj tego typu buty, wiesz, gdzie się używa? Na pokazach mody. To nie są buty do codziennego użytku. Albo, wiesz, jak są celebryci, to się gdzieś na ściankach pokazują w takich butach, ale na co dzień? Jesus Christ.
During some recent investigations,
Ała, mój kręgosłup.
discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
No, ej, bez kitu. Znaczy, chodzenie w butach na obcasach jest spoko, w sensie wydłuża nogę, człowiek jest wyższy, ładniej wygląda, wiecie, mięśnie się napinają, więc też się człowiek automatycznie wydłuża i tak dalej, ale chodzenie na dłuższą metę w butach na obcasach jest tak niezdrowe, tak rypie kręgosłup potem, że to jest jakaś masakra. Ja podziwiam te laski, które, wiecie, tak na co dzień chodzą w butach na obcasach, nie? Jeszcze jak są te... Ja na przykład jak już mam jakieś buty, to są to zazwyczaj półbuty, takie półobcasiki, nie? Typu, nie wiem, 2-3 centymetry, nie? Ale są laski, co chodzą na przykład 10-centymetrowych butach i nie wiem... Kiedyś miałam takie, nie wiem, 5-6 centymetrowe buty i ja po 3 godzinach umierałam już, nie? A co dopiero cały dzień w takich chodzić? Fuck. No, haluksy się robią. No, różne rzeczy się robią od łażenia w takich butach, ale... No nie jest to zdrowe ogólnie.
My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task.
Dlaczego ja mam przyjmować jakieś taski od ciebie? W sensie, mnie to rozwala, że ta nasza postać w ogóle jest taka... Nie wiem, przynieś, podaj, pozamiataj, nie? Znaczy ja wiem, tam się złe rzeczy dzieją, bo disaster w ogóle, trzeba pomóc i tak dalej, nie? Ale no, za każdym razem ktoś przychodzi, babka z Fatui przychodzi, no widać, że to jest jakiś nasz, powiedzmy, nemezis na ten moment, no nie? To nie jest osoba, z którą chcemy się przyjaźnić, nie? I no siema, mam dla ciebie zadanie, no spoko, mów, co mam robić, nie? Jakby mnie tak irytuje czasem.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not.
To jest takie, wiecie, manipulowanie tą główną postacią, nie? No bo teraz się przyjaźnimy z Linny, Lynette i Fremine i tak dalej, ale...
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
No ja nie mam zdania niestety, bo jestem tylko osobą, która śledzi to story, a no nie mam tutaj realnego
The
wpływu,
intel I
jak
just
to się
shared about the
potoczy, nie?
ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Nav?
Takie ma
Are
iść do
you sure
roboty.
you're up to explore?
Well, there's no point in being depressed. Besides,
Since you put it that way, I have no object. All right.
Okay, the three...
Okej, dobra, dostaliśmy questa od Arlekino. No to jedynie co możemy iść, to iść go zrobić, no bo co? Bo inaczej nie ruszymy dalej tutaj ze story, ani nic, jak będziemy się tak buntować. Nie no, my dalej szukamy brata, co ty gadasz? Co ty gadasz, Liliana? My tak naprawdę, my dalej szukamy brata, bo jak, nie wiem czy zauważyłeś w każdym możliwym jakby okazji, my wciąż mamy jakby pytania o tego brata, no. Nie wiem czy Nuwileta się nie pytaliśmy o tego, o brata. Kogoś się Fontaine pytaliśmy o brata, więc my dalej szukamy tego brata, tylko że to zeszło już na drugi plan po prostu. Tak przy okazji, a dobra, jakaś ważna osoba w tym, Fontaine. No to zapytam o brata, nie? No bo takich random NPC-ów nie ma co już pytać, nie? A, trzeba uratować świat. Dobra, spoko, ratujemy, nie? Skoczyliśmy ratować świat. A, słuchaj, bo w sumie przy okazji się chciałam brata zapytać, nie? Kiedyś, to był mój priorytet na początku, bo w sumie już się z nim spotkałam, nie? I w sumie to mnie olał chłop, ale dalej go szukam. Tak to trochę wygląda. Więc no... Nie no, czuję, że to był sarkazm.
Are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
they seem to.
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
Oj, się kwasił. Dobra, idziemy do Dungum. Będzie walka. Wiem, że uratowała świat, ale tak ci nie powiem na temat brata, bo mam NDA, no. Tego NDA, tak jakby, no, wyszło. Jezu, ten update jakby daily questów to jest jedna z lepszych quality of life, jakie zrobili w tej grze, nie? Już nie trzeba latać za tymi questami i raz latać po Fontaine, raz latać po Sumeru. Pamiętaj, żeby sobie to odznaczyć, zaznaczyć. Tylko robi się to teraz przy okazji samo, nie? Silence.
The wind knows me.
Illusion shattered.
To jest akurat spoko. Ja bardzo lubię właśnie, na przykład tak samo w Reverse. W Reverse daily i weekly questy robią się same, one się robią przy okazji. Najgorzej co może być, jak macie właśnie daily i weekly, które musicie specjalnie robić i pamiętać, żeby je robić, nie? One się właśnie powinny same robić, a nie, że jesteście jeszcze zmuszeni, żeby je robić specjalnie. I tak było z tymi questami w Genshinie. Więc no... Opluła, ok. No moment, no. Co chcesz? Ta postać, o której mówiłem, niby ma się spotkać z Childem i ten Well ma związek z tym, I guess. No ale z Childem to się Skirk spotyka. To się inaczej, tam się, chyba że nie chodzi ci o Skirk, chyba że ci chodzi o jeszcze kogoś innego.
This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah.
A ty już robiłeś to
a
story,
lot of
Saku?
it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too
Aha,
dangerous.
Sea of
and
Quanta.
it won't
Ale
be
Sea
enough
of
for you
Quanta
to
było w
just
Hokkaido, tak?
Don't get by my wrong.
Robiłabym się nie chce.
You're
Ach,
right.
okej.
I can't.
A ja już coś widziałam na TikToku, że już jacyś ludzie zaczęli beczeć, że mieszają Honkaja z Genshinem, coś tam buga buga, nie? Że to bez sensu i tak dalej. Ale w sumie no jest tak ten koncept multiversa, że się te światy przeinaczają między sobą, więc
All right.
czemu w Genshinie niby nie miało być Honkaja? Jakby ja nie rozumiem tych płaczków, którzy na siłę chcą, aby Genshin był osobną w ogóle, osobnym tworem, nie?
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Jakby te wszystkie uniwersa, one się gdzieś tam łączą ze sobą, więc jakby w czym problem? No tak, z płaczkami się nie dogadam, to prawda. No ale już widziałam tego typu właśnie rzeczy. To myślę, kurde. Pyk. Czyli jutro mamy update do Reverse, nie? W sumie do Reversa i do Eternala jest jutro update. O, będzie co robić jutro w sumie. Jeżeli się nie mylę. Nie no, serio? Serio? Nubilet? Przecież tam nawet dziury nie było. Co jest z tobą nie tak? Nie wiem, wlazł chłop do jakiejś random dziury, nie?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Nie mam żadnych skrzynek. A jeszcze PGR, ale PGR-u to taki update. Znaczy nowy patch jest, ale tam... Ani miszowania, ani nic, a story też nie robię, bo to... story czeka, aż je zrobię. Także no, akurat...
Demoiselle?
Aha.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here
Aha,
till dark if I
walnęła
hadn't
się w
come to
głowę,
get
widzi
you?
duchy, no.
Maybe she just wants some... Yes, it would appear so. That's quite possible. However...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off.
Eh?
I haven't had a nap. This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall what...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? We were headed to see how
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus.
To jakieś wspomnienie teraz, czy co?
How have you...
I've been great. They were knocking at my door day and...
Sometimes for...
Oh, yes. One moment, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have...
Did you cultivate?
Why, we can have as many pots as
Gdzie
you
one
like,
wspomnienie? No
Demoiselle.
właśnie.
Perfect.
Czy mamy z
In that
widy,
case,
bo...
we'll swap out some
nie
of the
wiem.
decorative plants for some of Mrs...
Very well.
Wait. Something... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. Sometime... And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
We do?
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about...
Oh?
Okej.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Ale to się jakby powtarza, to już było.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness. Everyone's finally here.
No.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien.
Czy to są wszystkie te osoby, co zginęły?
Where? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please...
My dear Miss Navia, have you... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasu. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, Nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely.
Jesteś winna bycia dobrą osobą.
And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Co? To jest trochę creepy.
Huh? What are you saying?
Nie ma jakiejś awarii? Owce.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
No i mnie wywaliło z tego, z gry. Jest internet znowu? Dzień dobry, witam. Zaraz. Jest. Nie wiem, z internetem coś dzieje dzisiaj, bo jakby to było z Genshinem, to by internet też nie ścinał, nie? To się stream.
Look, it's Navia.
Enter two attendants
O
are
Jezu, jeszcze raz to
Goodness.
trzeba przeskipować.
Everyone's finally here.
Nie, co nie mówicie, że zasłaniam teksty? Ile mam tu?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial.
O,
And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
proszę.
I even know some of these. Karina, Desiree,
Mam tak w dupie, że nie mówiliśmy.
Joeyville,
Aha, chyba, że tak.
Julian,
Dobra, czy ja mogę to skipnąć?
and
Bo ja już
as
to
for the
czytałam.
Please sit in the
Cześć,
defense.
Iceronix.
Typically, it would.
Chciałem grać w rewersa i trafiłem
place do they
Eternity.
think this
No
is?
to trafiłeś
Come
bardzo
on,
dobrą
do they
postać
have-
na start.
Enough!
My dear Miss Snow,
Bardzo
as all
dobrą.
here
A jutro
know,
1-1
you,
patch.
after you took over this, not only you,
Rewersiem.
yes, we are one big, therefore.
Chyba sobie
this
rzucę na Melanię. Chociaż w sumie nie wiem, czy rzucać na Melanię. Jestem tak trochę niezdecydowana.
I know all these people.
To jest w 1-1. No, nowe postaci, będzie event.
Wait
Dobra,
just a moment.
przeskipowałam trochę.
This isn't right.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Matko, co tu się
I
dzieje?
wish to exercise my right to
W
defend
10
Our
razach,
Lady.
no.
Mr. Joinville,
Nie no.
you only know of Navia's goodness,
40
but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
6? Coś
She
takiego.
was born a free and independent spirit.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her act.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Jezu, brzmi jakiś
Everything is
powalony
measured
ten chłop.
here in the nation of Hydro, and in the
Cześć,
end,
Fumika.
everyone shall
Tam.
meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Jak
Now
Zelda
I
stara na
speak for
YouTube.
everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Ale jak na YouTube
To
jest
become
Zelda wstawiona?
independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how...
My head.
Tak się kończy, jak upadacie i walniecie się w głowę, nie?
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
No, mówiłam, że oni wszyscy nie żyją.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Kurde.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
O, Nowuś przyszedł.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Ej, ale animacja łez bardzo dobrze zrobiona.
Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Co tu się odwaliło? Czemu tu takie smutne? Fuck.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey, Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling You were just about to be dissolved within, but I... I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Kurde. Czyli oni się rozpuścili.
Are you okay?
Oh, I am
quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff out? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some...
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I suppose... Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been...
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that.
Thank you. I haven't...
He still doesn't know what to... So, Neverlet, you're
Na to wygląda Onion.
quite the swimmer. This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supply. Amid my astonishment,
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap the...
Kurde, to Navia prawie by umarła, czyli co, tu jest Primordial Water?
I'm feeling much better now.
Niebezpiecznie.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, we won't.
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
One with nature.
Settle down.
Is... Kurde, a się kamera zmieniła.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step!
O, nie mogę tędy, okej. Kurde, prawie jak granie w Tomb Raidera. Tylko zamiast Lara Croft mamy Neuvilletta, nie? Kap.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Kurde, co to za miejscowa? O, dobra, może potem będę oglądać widoczki. No i coś tu na łeb zaraz spadnie i się skończy.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
O, skrzynka. A wezmę.
Gather.
Into the wind. There is no escape.
Be sanctified.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. One with nature.
Settle down. Solidify.
Trochę wybiłam się z rotacji, ale jest git. Tu i tak nie wymaga nie wiadomo jakiego poziomu. Działa internet, nie? Się tak ucichnęli trochę. To nie było, że gadam sama do siebie, a tu nagle się okazuje, że że transmisja nie działa. Byłoby śmieszne. Dobra, działa, no to git. Ładna miejscówka w ogóle. Ciekawe jaki Natlan będzie. Najbardziej to się zastanawiam właśnie nad Szneznej. W sumie, ej, dzielą nas tylko 2 lata do Szneznej. Kurde, jak to
Looks like
zleciało.
we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Aha, okej, Fox oczu. No chyba, że, nie wiem, Genshin wpływa na moje połączenie czy coś, ale to byłoby trochę dziwne. Byłoby troszeczkę dziwne, no.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
The surrounding wall.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictate.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, this...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at this. Says that it's the history.
I really hope...
Still...
Co, Neuvillette? Nie.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the
Nawet
4th
blisko ten głos nie
water
jest.
surrounding Fontaine come before the 3rd? Where the Hydro Archon...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Mam wrażenie, że Farina tak w sumie ona nic nie wie. Ale zaraz się okaże. Jak rozumiem, idziemy do Fariny teraz.
Let's split up here. Just head back to the flip.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work to Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about... I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk?
She has long been harboring...
Alright, we'll...
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon. Our safe house at the flip... Alright.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yay! And there's good food too!
Dobra, czy to jest ten moment o jedzeniu pał, gdzie mogę skipować, co?
Voice. Is that who I think it is?
O, proszę bardzo, kogo my tu gościmy? Long time no seen. No, proszę bardzo. Spłukana Mona. No, Nowilet powiedział, ej, siema, pogadam z nią jutro rano, przyjdź do mnie, to ci powiem, co powiedziała, więc... Lady Majestus.
Nobody just uses a scryglass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road. Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian. Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname? Yeah, well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan. Nope. Although it is used by us.
No to brakuje jeszcze Fischl tutaj, nie?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus. Whoa, that's a long one. My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to us. Thrice as great? That's so... I know, right? Talk about accept... Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so just... That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old
Spoko,
hag
czyli
for
się
a
nie
while,
rozpuścisz.
after which
Dobrze
I-
wiedzieć.
That's a good thing then. Speaking of, there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just the invitation was sent quite early. What do you make of that? What I can tell you is that I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is... A visionary? Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet that... Thanks, Mona. You're a... Oh, well, that's the greatest of astrologers. Indeed, indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are. Right, but we were able to recruit...
Ech, szkoda, że w cutscenkach są te nowe ciuchy postaci. A nie, jednak, żeby było wybór, bo niby wybór dostaliśmy, ale w cutscenkach i tak są te ocenzurowane ciuchy. Jest tak trochę, nie wiem, jaki to jest sens. Że jednak cenzura, ale niby se możemy wybrać, tak. I tak trochę, no... Dobra, idziemy teraz do Nowileta. Pewnie nam powie, jak tam poszła jak tam poszła rozmowa z Furiną. O ile się dowiedział czegoś.
You're here!
Is something...
Monsieur Nurvelet and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Jakaś dyskusja jest między nimi. Cenzurowali niektóre postacie? No już dawno, tak.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my
Nie,
intention
mama
to
i tata
offend
się
you,
kłócą.
but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Wiem, że on nic nie wie.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Ted, do Wilet, idź popytaj to Oratrice, a nie...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long
Albo
known
przy
your
fontannie
various
może
secret
dowiesz się
investigations
rzeczy.
into certain matters.
Jezu, kto włazi mi w takiej porze? Wypadł. Pierdolę.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is
Cześć,
strange
Samuel.
that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet...
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's
No
no
słuchaj,
point
nawet ten,
questioning or
Nuwilet nie ma wspomnień, a on jest jak Dunheng w sumie.
You should be following my lead.
Bo Furina jest po prostu drugim Archonem.
Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
No, a story z Nahidą było trochę inaczej, no.
That's all I have to say.
Jak nie działa czat na YouTube?
Then touch the darkness within me.
Mona! Dzięki
The
za
opera's
suba.
about to start.
Przynajmniej się nie działa czat na YouTube, jak to nie działa?
Mona Rusadaki subuje przez 25 miesięcy. No doberek.
Czekaj. Myślę, że nie działa ten czat na tym. Hello. Działa. Mogę napisać normalnie. No, bo się buguje. Mi się tu już 3 razy stream zwiesił, wiesz? Więc może to, że się odpala na nowo ten stream na YouTubie, to to się coś tam buguje, ale ważne, że tu na Twitchu działa. No, ewidentnie z nią jest coś nie tak.
She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to
No cóż, tak coś czułam, że ta rozmowa pójdzie w tę stronę.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Odgrywać scenkę.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to
będziemy
recuse
wrabiać
myself from this
furiny.
affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance. But who will lend us
Well, that's... Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best.
And here you are, drinking tea like it's the most...
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Jesus. Boże, weźcie się rozchmurzcie czy coś.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't...
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other
No,
lines
ja
of
jestem
work.
w trakcie oglądania,
They
Lukas,
even
no.
left a trap comprises of the following components.
Jak widzisz.
Bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker, if I do say so.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such... But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it...
can't. If we
Dobra,
wanted
oni
to
to
kill the prey
ogarniają.
in one
Jak
strike,
pułapkę
we would
postawić i
need a
tak
powerful
dalej.
implement. However, that also
Wait, what?
only a hunter who's a true.
Huh.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunt. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is in.
Oh, so that's what's going.
Ale ta smutna muzyczka, to mogliby ją zmienić. Boże. Powinna być jakaś, wiecie, muzyka na naradę, coś, że o, coś się dzieje, a nie, kurde, smutna muzyka, płaczmy wszyscy, no nie, no. Ale widocznie muzyka jest jakby przyczepiona do miejsca, więc... No jest jak jest.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks... it's hard to say. Paimon, after all, you're the most reliable did you just port... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here!
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Czekaj, to jest ten głos, który słyszeliśmy na samym końcu Archon Questa w Sumeru?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Okej. Tam jeszcze nie ogarnę... Czyli na początku myślałam, że to jest właśnie ta Archonka z Fontaine, nie? Ale...
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people.
Ale teraz obstawiam, że albo to jest któraś z wiedźm, albo to jest Kirk po prostu.
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
No albo któraś z wiedźm.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be
Mage
fulfilled.
N.
You
A,
will
to jest
use
jedna
such
z tych
things
wiedźm,
as the
dobra.
history of the future.
Okej. A tam carica. Nie, to jest jedna z tych wiedźm. Mamy Enkę.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
Cześć, Patiew! Hello!
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your
N-word,
own
no.
eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the...
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall... This was good tea, by the way.
The voice.
No i więcej pytań niż odpowiedzi. Klasyk. Dobra, czyli to była po prostu jedna z tych wiedźm, a nie...
Paimon. All right. Hey, it's you who's...
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontainian.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume I'm in full
That's right! Paimon's
yes. About what we had Huh?
No, odwiedził nas N-word, no.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
Co tam,
The Hex
Patiew?
Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Czyli ponad 100 ma. Nieźle.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Jak to w co grać, Patiew? W ligę zagraj.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Się świeci gdzieś ten.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has all, but even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about Astrolop. It was worth trying to come, I suppose, that...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Dobra. Dobra, gdzie teraz? Więc stawiamy tą pułapkę, czy tak nie do końca? Z tej strony trzeba się tepnąć.
Huh? Our names are written. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Thus, did an Outlander friend. So while the fortress
Czy
is
Charlotte tam
journey,
napisała artykuł o nas?
Charlotte took some. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress. Ugh, seriously?
Ej, mnie rozumie, jak tutaj jest wrzucone takich pierdół po drodze, nie? Jak jest pentakill po japońsku? To jest taki mocno skipable moment, tak? Dobrze, dobrze, dobrze. W takim razie robimy skipa, no. Za.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16
Oh,
cents.
yes.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after. Oh, wait! You're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait,
That's right.
do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily.
Then what if someone?
But why would it?
Well.
Oh, the prop? No. It.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have two more? These two slices are for you.
Oh, you know Siege.
O, staliśmy
I
ciasto.
sure do. She said that I've
Jadłam
got
dobre
something else to
ciasto.
do, so
Sobie zeskoczę po biszkopty zaraz.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon. It's more delicious. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
No i po jakiego grzyba takie coś tutaj wrzucać? W sensie, ja rozumiem, żeby te Archon questy nie były za krótkie czy coś, nie? Ale nie wiem, ja na przykład jestem fanką bardziej z takich skondensowanych historii.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Bo Ja wiem, że niektóre jakby gadki są ważne do story i tak dalej, ale niektóre rzeczy to są takie pierdoły, gdzie spokojnie mogło to być, nie wiem, jakiś poboczniaku czy coś, nie? Czekajcie, bo się zgubiłam. Gdzie jest ta Charlotte? Hello? O. Nie, tak rozciągają trochę niektóre te rzeczy. A tak samo w tym 4.1, nie? Pierwsza połowa to była taka w tym więzieniu, że no dobra, no. Okej, nie? A dopiero druga połowa to, o Jezu, to się działo, nie? Jakby... Trochę nie wiem, tak niepotrzebnie przeciągane to jest. Cześć Julis, dziękuję bardzo za followa w ogóle. O, trafiłam do tego w końcu. Okej. Dobra. Już mogę main questa? Uwielbiam to, że Archon quest się zablokował, bo nie miałam odblokowanego tego tutaj, nie? Już mogę? Can I? Dziękuję.
Wow! If it isn't the traveler and
No skrzydełka z Fentej są ładne, ale muszę przyznać, że za dużo niebieskich wersji skrzydeł jest i mam wrażenie, że one wyglądają do siebie podobnie. Tak, było już usiłowanie paranoja na samym początku. Na szczęście furinka w domu. Pentakiru? Zrobimy tego Archon questa.
A real daredevil of a journal. Huh? Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more. Yeah. Why not?
Tylko R jest między R a. Chodzi o dźwięczność.
Oh, so that's a yes. Ooh, splendid. I'll
Czy
tell the
R
editor
A
in
L?
chief immediately. I'll have to.
Czyli
So much to
jak
get
to
done
ma
now.
brzmieć?
Talk to you later.
Napisz mi fonetycznie, może się uda.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you. And what's that? That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have... From what I've seen, most people don't know
No,
what
nie
they do,
zdążyłabyś
so in
uciec,
all
jakby cię
I'd
dorwało
probably still
Primo
be-
DLC.
Think about it. If this
Jeśli chodzi o
nation really were to be
dźwięczność
suddenly
R,
destroyed
A,
tomorrow,
L?
but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a
Jezu,
truly
nie
unique
mam
person.
pojęcia.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write... I'm not a dreamer, but anyway... That's so nice.
Między R a L?
All of a sudden, Paimon actually
L-
kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Chyba, że jak skończysz dialog, masz tu ten time stop. A, okej. Dobra.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Okej.
Pentakill! Pentakill!
A, no mówi pentakill. Się pentakill. Taki pentakill, ale tak, to L jest krótkie, nie jest takie długie.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but
Takie
all of
bardzo
that
krótkie L.
destroyed tomorrow. No, We've always been moving to the next step. You mean still trapped? Huh.
No i na przykład tutaj też ta rozmowa to taka kandupy rozbić. Niepotrzebna. Ja chcę tą pułapkę na Furinę już. No dajcie mi. Ja chcę main story robić, a nie jakieś kurde wymyślanie przyszłości, której może nie mamy nawet. Zielony lis.
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the palace?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. Not at all. Yes, and
A riot?
Well, that Lady Furry loudly accused, and before she could respond, others started to join. The crowd continued to grow and protest against the hydro.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are awesome.
So what happened after that is for...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left. The Marechaussee Phantom had
Na
their
zawsze
hands full
spierdziela, jak się
maintaining
robi
order and
gorąco.
did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that...
So...
That's right. That said, I don't think there's much good.
Don't worry.
Is that...
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know for... And as we... When Nervalet with... It would be hard... Paimon thinks for... Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, there's not a moment to live...
Okej. Ale to wciąż nie to.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
No jest, tam stoi.
That's Farina, right over there. Mm-hmm.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Kurde, ta animacja tych łez dodana w tym. Kurde. Ciekawe, co dodadzą w Natlanie.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just...
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
To jest jak ona szybko się jakby w rolę wchodzi, nie? Widać, że po prostu gra przed wszystkimi.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are off.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
Dobra, nie pierdol.
Who did that
Ta
uncivilized
muzyczka.
rebel think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment
Znaczy ona się tak
of
zachowuje,
art.
jakby miała kilka osobowości w sobie, nie?
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Kurde, co tu się dzieje? Chcą ją pobić.
People seem to be after you.
They are... They're just... That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Co się dzieje?
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Dobra, biegniemy. Ja też biegnę, ja też. O, zmęczyłam się. Nie mogę.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display.
Yep, that's a...
O,
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go along.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the
kurde, ona
end.
tu brzmi normalnie.
Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with as long as the final moment hasn't come. It's still not too late, don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at
Wiesz co, już
all.
prawie cię Paulina polubiłam, no, bez tego twojego, kurde, manieryzmu w głosie, no.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Nie no, bez kitu, ona się zachowuje, jakby miała normalnie 3 osobowości w sobie, nie?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being on...
Share my burden.
O, znowu normalnie mówi.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
O. No wyduś, że to z ciebie w końcu. Aha, no już mówiła, no. A żeś się zdupili to. Ale już prawie powiedziała. Czemu oni teraz to otworzyli?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words? as your refusal to stand trial. In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
O.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Co? Nie mówią serio, że co zrobić tutaj, duel.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Fuck?
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Ale pierdoli, ja
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and
No, jak widzę, Furina się świetnie bawi tutaj, więc... Ja nie wiem, jak to się potoczy.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Well.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? It's fine. It matters not. What's done, the stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something?
Jakąś foteczkę.
Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
This is the fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That, according to Monsieur Nervilette, both child and that the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly.
Okej, czyli to taki trochę stalker ta Charlotte, chciałabym tutaj stwierdzić.
The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still of course, it is only natural for humans to...
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
O, moja postać mówi.
I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What was that?
Co? Skarżamy ją o bycie fałszywką?
I came here thinking that we were going to try the
Co?
Did I hear that right?
What?
Charge accepted.
O kurde, robi się gorąco.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
Znaczy ja nie sądziłam, że pójdziemy tak grubo tutaj, nie?
Irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
Nie, na razie mamy teorię, że siedzi w tym oraklisie albo w fontannie. Ale zobaczymy, jak się tutaj rozwinie.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Oho. Let's go again.
That doesn't sound right.
Okej, czyli chart nie. Nie? Czy co, Snape?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Okay.
That doesn't sound right.
Nie?
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
No, Farina, wszyscy to wszyscy.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's
W
just
sumie
throwing
ma
out all
rację.
kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Właśnie, pokaż co umiesz. Farina, dawaj.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Kurde. Ej, ona ma odpowiedź na każdy ten.
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Cześć Kamilson. Ta, było coś losowane na początku. Co my tu jeszcze mamy? Nie.
That doesn't...
Nope. Jaki rezultat? Udało się. 77, tak? To był? I 50 na 50 wkradnę. O dziwo.
That doesn't sound right.
Nie? To tam ty z przodu? Nie?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions
Co ją
of you
polać
being the
tym
latter.
Promodial C? Czy
Miss
się
Navi,
rozpuści?
please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Super
I swear
sorry.
this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
No najwyżej zginiesz, po prostu się
If you
rozpuścisz,
don't
nie?
dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
No albo się przyznaj, nie?
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
No ale jak jak odmówi, to wiecie, to jest równoznaczne z winą, nie?
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of
A
guilt.
cieszę się, że się zgadzamy.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Już się rozpuści
Due to
tyle.
the inherent
Koniec
risk of the test,
Archon
Lady
Questa.
Farina, you may...
Oho. No nie wygląda na zwykłą wodę.
Hey!
Kurde, ale nas przerażona, ej.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That's...
Please announce the results of your evaluation to...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh wait, what did she just say?
Co? Właśnie, co ona powiedziała?
I get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration
Czyli jednak
asked the head
outplayed.
nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Czyli ona jakby użyli mniejszą ilość jakby... Jak to się po polsku nazywa? Jezus, brakuje mi słowa po polsku, nie? Mniejsze stężenie tego Primordial Sea, tak, aby ono nie wpłynęło na jej ciało, żeby się ono nie rozpuściło, ale wciąż jakieś tam efekty były, tak? Czyli wpłynęło na nią to Primordial Sea.
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Jeszcze aż mi się przykro zrobiło z jej powodu, nie?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
No już się przyznaj, no.
That have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I okaże się, że ten kardynal Oratrice stwierdzi, że Folina nie jest winna. Let's see.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's just too stacked against her now.
No chyba, że coś odjebie jeszcze.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
A jednak guilty.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
No.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is
not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
O, nie przedłużajcie tego.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
No to z czym problem?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Co?
The death sentence?
What?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
No chyba nie o to nam chodziło. Słuchajcie, ja nie przepadam za Furiną, w sensie za jej charakterem, ale od razu, żeby ją skazywać na śmierć, to nie jest nadwyraz? Przepraszam bardzo.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Ale właśnie, jeszcze Oratrice powiedziało de Hydro, Archon jest winny i skazany na śmierć. A myśmy udowadniali, że ona nie jest Archonem, więc to coś nie gra.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me if I may interrupt.
No, ten się obudził. Dzień dobry.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that
O!
the first prophecy slate?
Znaleźli tą czwartą tabliczkę.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
No tak jak przy Childzie było, nie? Że Child też został skazany, bo był winny, bo coś zrobił. No bo Child ma za uszami, nie?
So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her...
Cześć Dark Batas. Okej. Czyli co? Teraz układamy po kolei te tam. O matko.
The stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
No dobra, ale Child nie jest ten, z Fontaine. Więc to nie skazał Childa za grzech pierworodny. Trochę to mnie nie pasi to.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Ja mam wrażenie, że bo jak wiemy Oratrice to se działa według, ma własną wolę, nie? Wolną wolę. I śmiesznie by było, gdyby on miał w dupie w ogóle te triale, które się tam odbywały i po prostu... nie wiem, na przykład trial za, nie wiem, ukradnięcie porponetki z torebki, a Oratrice guilty, bo 5 lat temu, nie wiem, ukradł cukierka ze sklepu, nie? Czy coś. Czekajcie, co my tu mamy w ogóle? A, widzisz? Czar tu nie pasuje, więc w ogóle original scene, czyli się nijak to ma, no. Właśnie.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilet meant, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Rzucił kością i wypadło death sentence. Bo tak też może być, no. Lol.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
W ogóle fajnie, że main charakter w końcu dostaje więcej tych linesów.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow.
Then touch the darkness within me.
Lawiet! Dziękuję bardzo za suba! Danke, danke. Ej, no właśnie, teraz tak sobie myślę, a co jeżeli to story jest na odwrót? Ono jest na odwrót, to story, w sensie grzechem jest zamienienie oceanidów w ludzi przez Archona. Oni wypłynęli z tej wody.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how. But then it feels like.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Wy wszyscy.
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Zgadłam, lol.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
A co z Furiną? Zabijamy ją, czy coś? Nie? A pilujemy? Nie wiem. To nie jest prawomocny ten wyrok? Okay.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power
Ale
of
to
the
nie jest, że się
primordial
trzymali
sea.
500 lat.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you...
Albo i więcej? W sumie ile Fontaine ma?
before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones
Dobra,
making sure it comes
wszyscy
true.
wskakujcie do wody, już zakończmy to. Chodźmy do Natlana, już ogarnięty.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wieloryb. I tutaj wyskakuje nam wieloryb. Cześć, Kecaj.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Jaki wieloryb? Ten wieloryb. Właśnie ten.
Truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Oho. Ale tak od razu? Tak tutaj? Tak tutaj, tak po prostu? Dzień dobry, witam. Przybyłem? Tak o? Tak po prostu? Mógł w każdej chwili przyjść? Boże. Dawaj, Nubuś. Poskrom go. Kurde, on lata. No ma, w końcu Child się pojawił. Dzień dobry. Tyle czasu. W końcu. Matko boska, to w tym wielorybie siedział cały czas. Fuck. No siema. A, to pa.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
O, chyba
It has
mamy
been
ten,
greedily
Saku, to co
consuming
ty
the energy
mówiłeś.
from the planet's primordial sea,
On
using
nie
it to
z
grow.
tej watu ten chłop.
That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Aha, czyli ten wieloryb po prostu lubi Primordial Sea. To jest taki jego, nie wiem, winko, tak? I jak wypije cały barek, to będzie szedł wysysał tych ludzi z Fontaine, tak? Bo oni mają w sobie winko. Aha, okej. To nie jest tej wad? No, ten wieloryb, co się tu pojawił. No, tu właśnie nawiązanie do Sea of Quanta, no. Kurwa, jaki alkoholik z tego wieloryba, co jest?
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
Kurde.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Biedny Child. Jeszcze on nie ma tego. Ja się zastanawiam, jak Child jest w stanie utrzymać tą swoją trzecią formę bez wizji Hydro. Bo on przecież z wizji Hydro korzysta z tej Delusional i z tego robi tego, no, tę trzecią formę.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't
sił
expect it to
życiowych.
help us out like this.
To się długo trzyma, skoro ten.
Anyway,
Już powinien być
now that we
staruszkiem.
know that
Pyk.
this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do
No
to
czaję, że
stop the
korzysta z
prophecy would be to find
Delusional,
a way to
ale
beat it
Saku,
up, right?
przypominam, że Delusional wysysa siły życiowe. A żeby nie wysysało sił życiowych, to Harbingery korzystają z tego, z wizji, które mają, albo z wewnętrznych mocy, jak na przykład to była w przypadku Signory. No przecież Signora była tym płynnym ogniem. I żeby zdusić płynny ogień, to używa Delusional tego Cryo. Jakoś to tak działało. Więc bez jakby katalizatora, no to musi korzystać ze swoich sił życiowych, tak trochę, nie?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
A Furina tam na górze dalej siedzi i smuta?
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Ale też macie takie wrażenie, że te wiedźmy zostały trochę zepchnięte na trzeci plan praktycznie? Jakby, jakby pojawienie się tych wiedźm tutaj w Genshinie, jak dla mnie było takie drugoplanowe, a wygląda na to, że te wiedźmy są bardzo potężnymi osobami. Te wiedźmy powinny się pojawić w jakimś Archon Questie przynajmniej, a nie, bo one się pojawiały w eventach, do których nawet nie mamy dostępu, nie? Więc jak ktoś zaczął grać później, to on totalnie nie wie, to są te wiedźmy, nie? To jest... No chyba, że kiedyś wprowadzą możliwość ogrania jeszcze raz eventów czy coś. No, zapomnieli o Furinie, no. O. Ty, Oratrice się obudziło.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Aha, o dobra, Oratrice żyje. Okej. Boże. Furina się poddała, w ogóle wywalone, wiecie co? Jaka ładna.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amazing.
To jest ta poprzednia?
I couldn't help myself.
To nie wygląda na
You
Furinę.
are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
To jest wciąż Furina. Kurde, ona teraz gada jak Archonka, którą powinna być od samego początku, goddammit, a nie jakieś kurde zbombiałe dziecko. To jedna z tych fajniejszych osobowości, które powinniśmy dostać na początku, a nie. Ja mam nadzieję, że dostaniemy kiedyś skina jej.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Mi trochę przypomina jak w Harry Potterze Voldemort, który się, wiecie, rozszczepiał, nie? Na kilka możliwych części, że jak umrze, to potem się odrodzi i tak dalej. To tutaj mamy tą Furinę, Focalor, obojętne jakby to jest ta sama osoba, nie? Która po prostu oszukała wszystkich.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Sama była oceanidem, proszę bardzo.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were the kind only a human could possess.
Chyba, że stworzyła jeszcze trzecią wersję, ale...
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
I teraz mi jest żal Furiny, szczerze mówiąc, jakby...
Do you
anyway,
still
yeah.
remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Ja już nic nie rozumiem. A czego nie rozumiesz, Adrian? Napisz mi, czego nie rozumiesz, to ci wyjaśnimy. Znaczy, ja to rozumiem tak, że ta Divinity Fossilors, czyli wymawiam to poprawnie, jeżeli nie, whatever, no, ona nie mogła się stać człowiekiem, tak? Bo jest Divinity. Więc stworzyła swoją ludzką wersję. To w końcu Furina jest Archonem? Furina nie jest Archonem. Ona gra Archona. Na zlecenie prawdziwego Focalors. Bo mamy Igerię, tak? Czyli tą poprzednią Archonkę, która stworzyła z oceanidów, stworzyła ludzi. Przez to Heavenly Principles się wkurwiło.
Boats are made for transferring
I...
commodities back and forth.
A, ten zaś gada.
And those that
Aha.
come across Liyue tend to stay a while.
Dobra.
So it is where many things come to settle.
Żongli, mógłbyś? Dzięki. Więc, czekajcie, gdzie stanęłam?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Utkaj! Kurwa.
But where are
Czekajcie.
those who
Ciszę
share
tu może,
the
co?
memory?
Utkaj. No. Wracając. już ogarnęłam. Więc, czekajcie. Poukładajmy se to. Więc... Dawno temu była sobie Igeria, tak? Czyli ta poprzednia Archonka Fontaine. I oni byli wszyscy Nie, czekaj, ona... Bo nie wiem jak z Igerią, bo Igeria stworzyła nową rasę ludzi, tak? Ale nie wiem co z samą Igerią się stało. Bo ja rozumiem tak, że Fossilors jest następczynią Igerii, czyli przejęła jakby pałeczkę po niej, wraz z całym tym grzechem, który spadł na nich, za to, że Igeria stworzyła z oceanidów, stworzyła nową rasę ludzi. No i ona jako nowa Archonka, Fossilors, przejęła cały ten grzech na siebie, tak? No. Ale ja rozumiem to tak, że Fossilors jakby nie mogła stać się pełnym człowiekiem, więc stworzyła swoją najlepszą wersję człowieka, którą sama chciałaby być. I tu mamy Furinę. Znaczy ja nie pytam, gdzie umarła, bo ja wiem, no to nie o to chodzi, gdzie Igeria umarła, tylko chodzi mi o to, czy Igeria też była tym oceanidem, czy ona nie była oceanidem? O to bardziej mi chodzi, bo ona stworzyła z oceanidów, stworzyła nową rasę ludzką, Igeria. Ale nie wiem, czy sama Igeria też się stała człowiekiem, czy to też się, czy nie, bo jakby potem mamy Fossilors, która wygląda na to, że nie do końca, jako że jest Divinity, to nie może być człowiekiem. Tutaj tego nie kułam za bardzo. Pierwszy Archon stworzył ludzi, Heavenly Principles powiedziało nie, więc nałożyła klątwę. Jedynie mogła ugrać, jeśli przepowiednia się spełni, ale uratuje każdego, więc stworzyła Furinę. Ją samą przed tym, jak została Archonem. Fossilors i Furina jest z oceanidów i Fossilors przeklęła Furinę. Musiała grać lore Archona bez mocy, ale życiem tak długim, jak Fossilors żyje. Trochę pomieszane. Nie wiadomo, kim była, zanim stała się Archonem. Okej, dobra. No to mamy Igerię, która stworzyła ludzi. Heavenly Principle się wkurzyło, bo nie ma takie tutaj bawienie się w Boga, nie zgadzam się, więc nałożyła na nich tą całą przepowiednię. A Furina chyba... Nie, czekaj. Tak, Furina generalnie, znaczy nie Furina, tylko Fossalors była człowiekiem chyba, nie. Pogubiłam się. No bo skąd się wzięła w ogóle Fossalors, nie? Czy ona, nie wiem, otrzymała te Divinity Power od tej Igerii? Czy się po prostu narodziła jako Fossalors i potem zrobiła z siebie ludzką wersję, rozdzielając się jakby? Tak, do pierwszego Hydrona Archona. Właśnie tam nie wiem, czy ten pierwszy też był oceanidem, czy nie. Ale no, Furina była oceanidem. W sensie Fossalors była oceanidem. Fossalors po śmierci Archona została wybrana na następną. No tak. Ale to rozumiem to tak, że ona nie mogła być, jakby zostać tym człowiekiem, tylko musiała pełnić rolę Fossalors, więc stworzyła tą swoją marionetkę Furinę, która żyła swoim pełnym życiem jako taki full human, którym ona nigdy nie mogła być, a zawsze chciała, nie? No i potem ją przeklęła i jej w sumie tą klątwą jest to, że póki żyje Fossalors, to Furina nie może umrzeć. No i generalnie Furina gra Hydro Archona. Tylko jak to miało niby, w sensie nie rozumiem, jak to miało niby sprawić, że ona to profesji, to przepowiednie miała przełamać tym. Fossalors była celino zmienionym w człowieka przez Igerię. No tak, Igeria przedsięwzięła pożyła misję uniknięcia przepowiedni. Po śmierci Igerii Fossalors dziela swoje człowieczeństwo od boskości. No. Okej. Tylko ja... Aha, zobaczysz. Okej, no bo ostatni element, jaki mi brakuje... Okej, dobrze, czyli to się jeszcze wyjaśni. Okej, dobra. No to jest ogarnięte, bo ostatnim elementem to mi brakuje to, że jak cały ten misterny plan oddzielenia się boskości osobno i człowieczeństwo osobno miało spowodować, że ograliby Heavenly Principles. Ale okej, mówicie, że to się jeszcze wyjaśni, to jeszcze nie jest zamknięte, no to gramy dalej. Czy teraz jest wszystko jasne? Więc no, Fossalors przy zostaniu Archon rodziła się na dwie. By mogło się wydarzyć, to się wydarzy zaraz. Okej, dobra, no to gramy dalej. Ale no nie, to story, to porypane jest. W sensie, I like it. Dobra, idziemy gadać z Furiną teraz. Więc Furina nie jest Hydro-Archonem, Furina jest full człowiekiem, który odgrywa rolę Hydro-Archona. No trochę mi teraz żal też Furiny, teraz no.
Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
No tak, tylko jakim sposobem miało to doprowadzić, nie? Jakby no oni chcieli ocalić wszystkich, a nie jej zamienić wszystkich oceanida. Chociaż teraz przybywa ten cały wieloryb, który chyba jest z dupy w ogóle, bo on w ogóle nie jest z tej watu, więc chyba Heavenly Principles, nie wiem, nie zaplanowało tutaj tego whale'a całego, ale dobra, grajmy dalej, nie?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Fossalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must at all times display the utmost elegance and nobility.
No bo wiecie, jak ten wieloryb zeżre wszystkich ludzi w Fontaine, no to tak jakby się przyczyni do spełnienia przepowiedni, nie? Więc to... na samym początku wishowaliśmy. O, tośmy pogadali.
Dear audience. The performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
The wind knows me.
Silence!
Illusion shattered!
Zapomniałam, że on tak stęka.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards?
No bo jak nie masz suba, to ci się będą wyświetlać reklamy. Uważasz, że możesz nie mieć reklam? Wiesz, że adblock nie działa na Twitchu chyba? Czy dużo sub kosztuje? Ile teraz sub kosztuje? 19 zł?
One with nature.
Czy ja nie wiem, czy adblock działa na Twitchu. Na YouTubie działa. Jeszcze. No kurde. A, wypadłam z rotacji.
Settle down. Stabilize.
The wind knows me. Shine down.
Let the mighty be humbled.
No, no dokładnie, mi się wydaje, że na Twitchu te reklamy nie są blokowane przez adblocka, no. Ja też nie płacę na YouTubie. Jakby tam na YouTubie prężnie działają z tym, więc... O, tu ma czarne ubranko. Ma raz czarne, raz białe. To tak zmienia, kurde.
Farina.
Ta gra nigdy nie była w pierwszej kolejności stworzona do koopa. Koop jest tylko dodatkiem w tej grze.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
Dzień dobry, Majestic Stone. Dziękuję bardzo za rajta. Witam. Witam wszystkich rajdersów. Dzień dobry. Czy w sumie już dobry wieczór? Fossalors jest chyba trochę wyższa. A może ma super obcasiki? Właśnie, czekajcie, bo tu są spoilery. Ja nie wiem, czy ktoś tutaj gra w Genshina. Więc chyba, że to nie twój content. Dobry wieczór. Co to za gra? A taka anime gierka. Nie wiem, czy tutaj że tak powiem, w anime gierki i tak dalej. Jakie tam giereczki są u was? Ale tak, robimy main story, więc ja nie wiem, czy ktoś tutaj chce spoilery, nie? Nie, no wiadomo, Keca, ja zawsze narzekałam, że tu nie ma koopa dobrego zrobionego, bo ta gra ma naprawdę fajny potencjał na jakiegoś koopa, no ale no, tak jak mówię, no niestety koop tutaj nie był priorytetem. W związku z czym, no, jest tylko dodatkiem, wygląda to tak, jak wygląda. Niestety. Niestety. It is what it is. Dokładnie. Cześć, Sefnirus. W ogóle właśnie, to jest dobry moment, żeby się z wami przywitać. Także zapraszam do napisania na czacie, jeżeli się z kimś nie przywitałam, to ja się teraz nie z wami przywitam. To jest jedyny moment, w którym streamer nie będzie opluwał widza. Aż mi się ciepło zrobiło, kurde. Czekajcie, otworzę sobie okno, co? Cześć, czekaj, dobrze przeczytam. Rejka Kurę, tak? Tak, dobrze przeczytałem. Jak źle przeczytałam, to proszę je poprawić. Dobrze przeczytałam? Jezus Maria, mam zawsze stresa, jak ktoś przychodzi i ma dosyć taki wymagający nick i się boję zawsze, że przeinaczę coś, nie? Padłeś na Archon Questa? Nie, tu się bardzo dużo rzeczy dzieje teraz w tym Archon Questie i no ogólnie story w Genshinie mi się zawsze podobało. No wiemy, w którą stronę Genshin poszedł niestety, więc no tutaj już nie ma jakby szans na poprawę. No, ale jeżeli chodzi o historię, to można sobie pokminić, posiedzieć. Jaki jest dobry laptop do grania w Genshina? Wydaje mi się, że każdy. W sensie no z tych takich ostatnich. Zależy, jaki masz na oku. Może prościej by było, jakbyś podał specyfikację, jaki ma laptop, który miałbyś na oku i wtedy byśmy ci mogli powiedzieć, czy jest dobry do grania. Ale Genshin nie ma jakichś super wielkich wymagań, więc... No, więc raczej, jeżeli chodzi o laptopa, nie powinno być problemu. Nowy kolor? Zauważył! Sefnirus zauważył! Czekajcie, weźmy za Just Chatting chwilkę. Zauważył! A czyli nowy kolor, no tak i nie, trochę, że tak powiem, odświeżony. Bo mnie się farba nie chyta, ale tak, próbowałam dzisiaj kolor lawendowy pomalować na głowie. W ogóle zrobiłam sobie zdjęcie i napisałam do Sebastiana, że na tym zdjęciu są 3 rzeczy, które się zmieniły. W ogóle selfie wysłałam do niego. Może zgadnąć tylko jedną, nie? Więc No, ewentualnie GeForce Now, tak. No, jeżeli komp za słaby, to GeForce Now. Jest darmowa wersja GeForce Now. Więc nie trzeba akurat abonamentu płacać, ale są zazwyczaj kolejeczki, więc no, albo w jedną, albo w drugą stronę, nie? Zgadł przynajmniej jedną? Tak, powiedziałam mu, że będę usatysfakcjonowana, jeżeli zgadnie jedną z 3, więc jedną zgadł. A potem się pytał, a jakie są dwie inne i mówię mu tak, no, zrobiłam se kolor, bo nie jest to do końca rudy, tylko taki, no widać trochę, taki powiedzmy muśnięciem lawendy, bo to nie jest lawendowy kolor, bo moje włosy nie chcą chwytać tego koloru. I jeszcze sobie zrobiłam hennę na brwiach, bo jak widać nie są te brwi brązowe, tylko są ciemniejsze i ja teraz nie mam ich pomalowanych. Zazwyczaj je maluję, więc nie zauważylibyście, bo ja zazwyczaj mam je malowane, ale teraz mam w ogóle nietknięte te brwi. A Sebastian nawet cię powaliło, żebym to zgadł. A no, ale pierwszą rzeczą, którą zgadł, to było obcięcie włosów, nie? To zgadł. Więc no, tak to jest. Koszulka, okulary i telefon się zmieni. Ostatnio myślałam nad zmianą telefonu, ale tak stwierdziłam, a nie, dobra, to nie będę kupować. No, typowy fan. No, dlatego mówiłam, że słuchaj, no jedno powinien zgadnąć, no bo, kurde. Więc jedno niekoniecznie trzeba byłoby wybielać włosy do lawendy kecej, bo kolor lawendowy jest też kolorem ciemniejszym. Kwestia farby. Akurat tutaj. Kwestia farby, no. Seba zgadnie, nie wygoliłaś nogi. Ty, Lukasz, jak zwykle śmieszek, nie? Nie, no Genshin nie ma jakichś super wysokich wymagań, także jak ktoś chce sobie zagrać, to może sobie zagrać, no. Sorry, ale nie wiem, czy odwie jaki to kolor lawendowy. Kto? Kecaj? Wyrzuciłam już pudełko, ale tak, no. No kolor lawendowy to raczej na ciemniejszych włosach, nie na tylko to kwestia farby jest. Mi po prostu, ja mam naturalnie rudy kolor włosów, przez co ja mam dziwną fakturę włosa, która nie chwyta farb tych takich sklepowych, w sensie zrobię se i tak dalej, ale to się zmywa, nie? Bo niby te farby są permanentne, ale no się zmywają u mnie. U mnie to działa jak szamponetka. I muszę, żeby mieć kolor włosów na dłużej, ja muszę iść do fryzjera, żeby mi, no tam tych, no wiadomo, fryzjerzy mają tam te swoje, że tak powiem, farby hurtowe, z hurtowni takich dla fryzjerów, gdzie w normalnym sklepie ich nie kupisz, nie? Więc no. A tak, Genshin ostatnio coraz się bardziej rozrasta, zajmuje coraz więcej, no to prawda. A to tam palicho na PC-cie on na konsoli chyba więcej zajmuje, nie wiem czy nie dochodzi prawie do 100 gigabajtów. Więc no. Czy to że sprzedała grupę Facebook, która była o Genshinie? Nie. 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 Nie, skąd takie plotki? Nie, żadne grup o Genshinie nie zostały sprzedane i nie planuję tego sprzedawać. Jakieś strata historii sztuki nauczyła. Chociaż nie zależy o jaką grupę pytasz, bo tych grup o Genshinie jest sporo i one wszystkie mają podobne nazwy, więc... Więc ja nie wiem, czy chodzi ci o tą, którą ja prowadzę. Jakieś strata historii sztuki nauczyło mnie, jaki kolor ma lawenda, czy malachitowa zieleń, spokojnie. No ale ta lawenda, bo są różne odcienie lawendy, to prawda, ale tą co ja chciałam, to miał ciemniejszy kolor. To miał być ciemniejszy kolor, tylko że no właśnie. Nie, w ogóle to jest ciekawe, bo ta farba mi praktycznie wcale nie chwyciła tu u góry i dopiero chwyciła mi tutaj końcówki. To jest w ogóle interesting, ale no cóż, bywa. Bywa, że tak powiem, nie? Plus drugie teleport, czekaj, przy pobieraniu potrzebuję 120 GB, ale to na PC, nie? Czy mówisz, Foxoczu, o konsoli? Bo ja pamiętam, że na konsoli ta gra dużo więcej zajmuje. W ogóle jestem ciekawa, do jakich rozmiarów dojdziemy, jak wiecie, wyjdziesz Neznaja na przykład, czy coś, nie? To już w ogóle. To już w ogóle. Masakra. Totalna. Dobra, to co? Uwaga, jak ktoś nie chce spoilerów, to teraz jest opcja, żeby sobie wyciszyć streama albo wyjść ze streama. Wiadomo, kto co woli, kto preferuje, bo lecimy dalej z tym, z fabułką. Może się uda dzisiaj skończyć. Właśnie, daleko mi do końca? Że tak zapytam. Czy czeka mnie drugie tyle? Z godzinkę? A, okej. Czyli nie ma źle. Czyli skończymy to dzisiaj, da radę. Z godzinkę. No to się zamknę w tych 5 godzinach może. Już 4 godzina powoli idzie, nie? Chyba, że daję gdzieś tak przerwać. Dobra, już gramy dalej, gramy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
No, trzymaj się, Onion. Bajo.
Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
O, Sumeru najgorzej. To współczuję Lawiet, bo Sumeru jest najbardziej boring kontynentem do ogarnięcia. Kot! Nie, no zejdź mi z tego kompa. Nie wolno siedzieć na kompie, no. Ciula. Nie wolno. To nie jest twoja prywatna grzałka. Poza tym jest ciepło, jest ciul ciepło, aż otworzyłam okno. Jeszcze na kąpie siedzi. Niepoważny ten kot jest. Pustynia się z dużo ramu zżera i polecam na 10. No, w ogóle do eksploracji Sumeru straszne. Także współczuję, Lawiet. Ale jak przebędziesz przez Sumeru, to Fontaine już zaczyna mieć jakiś poziom.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Ale zrzuciła mi tą nakładkę. Gdzie ta nakładka? Tam sprawdzę.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
Spokojnie, Lawiet, wszyscy tam byliśmy, wszyscy byliśmy wkurwieni, łażąc po jaskiniach, ale wyobraź sobie, Lawiet, wyobraź sobie, że masz coś takiego jak podziemną mapę. Wyobraź sobie, że kiedy my graliśmy Sumeru, nie było czegoś takiego jak podziemna mapa. Więc wyobraź sobie robienie tych questów w jaskiniach, nie mając tej mapy.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
Ale w ogóle zgapiła z Inazumy, nie?
Should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like.
Kurde, widzicie, to jest w ogóle ciekawe. Mając świadomość tego, że ona jest jednak tym człowiekiem, co ona wiedziała, i tak poszła dotknąć tą wodę, nie? I zaryzykować.
Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this?
Oh my god.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many
Jedna, ona jeszcze nie wiedziała, nie?
You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
I tak minęło 500 lat, nie? Matko. Ale mogli chociaż dać opcję biegania. No nie ma, bo już było udowodnione, że ona miała jakby te... Nie, to już zostało obalone, się Rodzix. Niestety. Bo było pokazane, że ona dotknęła tą wodę, jako że stężenie tej Primordial Sea było bardzo niskie, to ta lekarka tylko mogła stwierdzić, czy ta woda w jakiś sposób wpłynęła na nią i wpłynęła na nią tak jak każdego normalnego człowieka, więc pewnie jakby była to normalna woda, to by się rozpuściła i tyle. No, Genshin.
Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
Jeszcze nie miała tego swojego aktu, nie?
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of
Pulki z banerów eventowych się przenoszą.
Together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
Z eventowego na eventowy.
And next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake?
No, początki miała fatalne.
I get exposed here. There'll be no saving the people, right? Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
And there she is.
Very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some
Szybko weszła w rolę.
were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
I tak to się wszystko
It
zaczęło.
seems I've turned them around. best follow this flow and restart my My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Okay.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine... All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Szczerze, nie wiem po co są te przejścia, skoro i tak nigdzie nie mogę iść. Mogli dać cięcia po prostu. Jedna scena po drugiej.
As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found any?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still... The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be safe. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the instant. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Kurde, scena 18,000,
Lady
matko.
Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Trochę minęło czasu.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder.
Straszne.
A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable.
To teraz już wiemy, czemu beczała w fontannie, nie?
So lonely. Just how much longer?
To jest ten tekst, w którym słyszymy w fontannie, nie?
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
No, przewalone źle zgotowała ta Fossalors.
I want to tell someone, anyone about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard.
No i wtedy się boks otworzył i tupa powiedziała.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
No ale jak to? Ja nie rozumiem za bardzo, jak to niby odwlekało to przepowiednie, to, że ona udawała.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth.
No właśnie, proszę mi tutaj do końca powiedzieć.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered?
A to czekaj, ona chce zabić Furinę czy siebie?
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice.
To nie mogła tego zrobić od początku?
But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Będzie padać.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Czyli co, poświęcając siebie ocali ludzi Fontaine. Ale to ona odwróci tą przepowiednię w takim razie, bo przepowiednia mówiła, że wszyscy zginą, a ona zostanie. No co? Jak ona zginie, to myśli, że Heavenly Principles tak se zostawi tych ludzi w Fontaine?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
Ej, ale teraz wyobraźcie sobie tych wszystkich ludzi, którzy nie usiłowali po Nuvileta teraz.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of
No
the
jak mu odda moc,
Fontanians
to on
as
się
humans
staje
and their
jakby
right to
de
exist
facto
in this
Archonem, nie?
world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Mówiłam.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost
Ta,
here.
Furina jest człowiekiem, Focalors
For
jest
the sinner,
boskością.
the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
O, stópki. Ładne stópki.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played.
Chyba
these
umiera
500
Archon
years.
Iwex. Ja. No, Furina nie zginęła przecież, ona jest człowiekiem. Już teraz będzie starzeć, jak każdy człowiek.
Judex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ej, to on się teraz... Czy on jest na równi z Heavenly Principles teraz? Ale nie ma tu chyba Gnosisa. Ten Gnosis miała ze sobą. Kinda, nie? No mówiłam, że Nuwuś będzie Archonem! Od samego początku!
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge
Jak to
just
ma
happened.
Gnozę? Mi się wydaje, że Gnosis zostało zniszczone wraz z jej śmiercią. Ale kij wie? Bo w sumie Gnosis było w tym Oratrice, ono jakby... No powera dawało, nie? Graj. Ale nie wiadomo, bo Gnosis w sumie działa trochę nie?
But since we're all still alive and
Jak
haven't
nie ma
been
Archona, to
resolved,
znika
I
Gnosis?
assume whatever
Nie
happened was good
sądzę.
for us.
Nie, bo ja się zastanawiam, jak z jej śmiercią, jak ona oddała moc, nie? Ale Gnosis to... Bo Gnosis w sumie to pochodzi od Heavenly Principles, nie? Znaczy ja nie sądzę, że Gnosis znika. To jest jakby przedmiot, który działa niezależnie od tego, czy jest Archon, czy nie. Ale dobra, czekajcie, nie skończyliśmy
It's time to end
jeszcze.
this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
O, a to tak, zapomniałam, że jest przecież jeszcze ten, wieloryb. Kurde. No, teraz to ma powera.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
O, no.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Czekajcie. Ja wiem, ale ja muszę. Ja muszę. Czekajcie. I have to. Proszę, nie zabijajcie mnie za to, ale ja muszę. Nie.
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi on the sea, so waiting. Narwhals, they are narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are narwhals. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome.
Dobra, gramy dalej.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Ale to nie jest orka, to jest narwal. O nie mogę. O matko.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
Dobra, jak tu się z tym typem
I've
walczy?
already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
Jak
We shall
within?
share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Gdzie ja mam bić? Gdzie ja mam go walić? Jesus.
can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Into the wind.
Silence!
Now you shall perish.
Coś tam go bije, nie? Ale o.
Order guide you.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Jest jakiś klucz do tego wieloryba? Albo jajca. O, shit. Sysnął.
Over there. It looks really scary.
Kurwa, jaka muzyka! Co tu się dzieje? Ej, to nie jak Genshin.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Stabilize. One with nature.
Illusion shattered.
Be sanctified.
Gather. The wind knows me. Stabilize.
Silence.
Clouds high. The birds call. Into the wind.
There is no escape.
This is order.
One with nature.
Bow your head.
Shitsu. Jest i ona. Oddawaj kulkę. Ej, czemu ona tak tego Childa rzuci? Co jest? Jakiś workiem ziemniaków, halo. Ja pierdolę, co to ma być?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Kurde.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I
No,
thought.
śliczna jest.
What a blunder.
Także...
I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million
Ten,
times
najpierw
as
ta.
penance.
Arlekino. Potem mam nadzieję, że się ona pojawi. Kiedyś, może.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Oh, step on me, mommy.
On the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Actually, he can.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Czyli ona ma jeszcze kogoś nad sobą.
His name is Sertologi.
To? Będą mi coś to mówić?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
To słyszeliśmy.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Ej, bo się zgubiłam. Kiedy zalało to Fontaine?
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
A, jak walczyli z wielorybem, to zalało? Czy jednak zalało w tej...
Hey, lend a hand!
water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
No dobra, ona będzie dalej udawać, czy powiedzą już prawdę?
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula tax.
No tak, ale oni dalej mogą, wiesz, w cieniu,
I recently
że tak
visited
powiem,
Poisson to
funkcjonować, nie?
meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
O, okej, nie, ale pytanie o Nuvileta, co on teraz zrobi? Bo on teraz może powiedzieć, ej, siema, jednak ja jestem powerful, teraz się mnie słuchajcie, albo po prostu będzie dalej udawał, że jest sędzią i tyle, nie?
Skyship Winglet, Lunar Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the instant. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories...
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure...
Dziadzia.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned...
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first and...
Kurde. Wiecie co? Miałam już narzekać, że znowu zjebali, jakby odgapili od Sumeru. Już miałam wyzywać, ale powiem wam, że bardzo jestem zadowolona z tego, jak to się potoczyło. Nie, naprawdę, teraz wszyscy ludzie, którzy nie wysiowali na Nuvileta, nie? O mój Boże.
Navia! Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a...
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh?
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of... Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, we're...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spin.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarion?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better...
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler. It's better than...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy.
Ja chcę z Nuwiletem pogadać, chociaż że on nam powie, co się odjebało.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Znowu ta muzyczka.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so...
No to skipuję!
You're very
No właśnie widzę, że Choje ostatnio to lubi filery.
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the fort.
Whoa,
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it was...
You're right.
Stay safe now. And tell...
Nuwusia. Nie, nie rozwalę. Co najwyżej spację wymienię. Okej, to na dole gdzieś.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh?
Cześć, Enkrypt.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Did you come all the way to...
Of course. I'm here to...
It's an honor to finally meet them.
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then.
A, bo ona chciała zrobić ten wywiad z nim.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want...
Sir, please don't...
But it looks...
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I act the...
Ej, bez kitu, ona jest Queen of the Filler content, no, od samego
I have to
początku.
apologize, but that ship is present...
Really?
A kto go nie ma, kto go nie ma. Ja miałam skipować w razie tego, ale ostatecznie się skusiłam, jak zobaczyłam story w 4.1, więc było to silniejsze ode mnie, niestety.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try the...
Hey, Miss Sharp. Sure.
Huh? Oh, sure. Do I have
Dobra,
to
rób te foty, a nie.
Same old, same...
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided to let the...
You're too kind.
I see.
He sure did...
I'll tell them that they're...
Oh.
What change can there be? As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave...
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a...
Maybe? Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks.
Jak dla stop, kurde, ja nie chcę fotek, ja chcę do Nuwileta. Kurde, Charlotte, przestań te filery robić, no. Też można. Aha, jo? Nie no, na dole to jest, chwila. Już chciałam windę brać, nie? Aha, jestem na górze, dobra. Never mind, zejdę se.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget? It's a wondrous trick of friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I...
Oh.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
Nie, please, tylko nie szypujcie Charlotte z Fremine.
He was the one who proposed doing this.
Don't.
He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Paris.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of every... Father says that... Oh, after Lady Farina...
A diplomatic...
Yes, I was quite surprised. It could have been done as an apology. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit...
I would agree, but I've also heard that... It seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Merip.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
Widocznie te gnozisy to są jakieś buble. Nic nie warte buble. A po prostu caryca ma swoje szachy i po prostu brakuje jej tych figur. I po to jej są te gnozisy. Po prostu chce sobie zagrać partyjkę szachów, nie ma figur, no.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true.
Ja, widocznie mu nie potrzebny ten gnozis.
Loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done the...
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it for... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out I guess this must be life. All right then. We'll be handing...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see her Neuvillette?
No, w końcu. W końcu. Jesus, ile już ta było? Czemu tu nie ma gdzieś waypointa, tylko jest tak daleko. Jezus, Paimon, utkaj, please.
So, you really are here, Neverland? Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may...
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remember. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
O ja. O ja. Ej, to... No nie powinno... No... to jest tak super postać. O.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true.
Ale jaki big brain Focalors normalnie.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
O go. Child. A, on się chciał tylko pobawić pewnie, no.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Ha.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House.
Mamy to! Jest oficjalnym Archonem Fontaine!
I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
I pamiętacie, jak ja wam mówiłam? Ale pamiętacie, jak ja wam mówiłam przy Nuwilecie? I mówiłam wam, słuchajcie, a co by było, gdyby to Nuwilet okazał się hydroarchonem, nie? I ludzie, którzy sejwowali po Furinę, bo się mówi, że Furina jest archonem, więc są ludzie, co chcą, wiecie, kolekcjonować archonów i tak dalej, skipnęli sobie Nuwileta. Upsi!
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not
Czyli
worry.
Furina poszła na wakacje.
That she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
No, stało jej jakieś 60, 70 lat, to teraz może...
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are the...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Dobra, teraz Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis's power.
No nie potrzebuję w sumie, no, Nosisa. On jest teraz silniejszy w ogóle, hello. Siema.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
No, nie takie sun. Ale dzięki, że jesteś optymistą.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Ooh, nations of... Czyli będzie więcej smoków.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Aj.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
A, ciekawe, tam smoki po prostu przeszły evolution.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Brat? To by tam pamiętał brata. O matko.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis.
No przecież kliknęłam.
When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
6 tygodni, Saku.
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, Albert.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
No dobra, ale Heavenly Principles jest Descenderem? Przypadkiem? Czy chodzi jeszcze o kogoś innego?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
A nie mówcie, że Gnosis zostały zrobione z jakiegoś typa.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Biedny child. Się mówiło, że było 4 tych descenderów, nie?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove you...
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
No właśnie, jestem 4. Halo, dzień dobry.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Ty nie majstruj przy moim ciele, wypad. Już się zastanawiam.
Being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
Jezu, ja już nie pamiętam, ale my jesteśmy 4. Wiemy, że nasz brat jest z tej Watu w ogóle. I on nie jest uznany jako descender. Heavenly Principles nie jest z tej Watu. Ale dwójki mi... Nie wiem, kto jest dwójką.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
No to na pewno jest Seronix. O matko. Znaczy, Heavenly Principles chyba 1.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
Nie, Ami. Właśnie nie, bo przy Nahidzie Nahida powiedziała, że on nie jest descenderem. Że on należy do tej Watu. Tam nie było nic wspomniane o tym, że był. Właśnie, że nie jest, że to jest dziwne, że nie jest ogólnie.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as rain. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
O, no słuchajcie, zajęło nam to tylko 5 godzin. Nie no, fajne story, fajne, I like it, naprawdę. I like it. No. Naprawdę. Fontaine się wyrobiła po tym Sumeru, które było tragiczne. Fontaine bardzo fajnie. No ale coś teraz przez kolejne pół roku będzie się musiało dziać, no bo co, do Natlana jeszcze nie pójdziemy, nie? Niestety. Więc coś się dziać będzie. Dzięki Bogu. Nie, no dobre to. Dobre to. Och, jestem tak zadowolona, jak te rzeczy się teraz zrobiły. Och. Ej, to ta Furina to w ogóle tak śmiesznie, bo Furina, ale jakbyśmy dostali tamto, Focalors, to No bo Furina jest człowiekiem, kurde, ona nawet nie jest hydroarchonem, nie? Ona nie była hydroarchonem od początku. To jest takie oszukaństwo. O matko. No a tej prawdziwej to nie dostaniemy. No chyba, że kiedyś ta Furina dostanie skina Fossalors. To ewentualnie. Ale no ona nie jest tym. Niestety. Bacz gnozę. Ale u Furiny? Tajniczki są. Nimo.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the
Żugliego jest Gnosis? No jest. Nie, on nie jest smokiem. Spokojnie, on nie jest smokiem. No, tutaj masz Ancient Dragon Authority. A jestem ciekawa, czy będzie więcej tych smoków jednak. No, mamy już 2 teraz, nie? Ich było też 7, nie? 7. No, ale tu są pytajniczki dalej. Nie powinno tak być, że po tym story się powinno zmienić, czy coś? Czemu są pytajniczki? Bo Nuviled też miał pytajniki i dopiero jak ten... Tam się zmieniło? Nie ma, pytajniki są. Aha, musisz zrobić story questa Furiny. Ale ta gra nie wie, kim jest Furina, aha. A jest story quest Furiny? A jest story quest Furiny. Aha. Okej. No to zrobimy. Przynajmniej przy okazji. To robimy. A ile on trwa? W sumie 11 już jest. No, znaczy ja potrzebuję pewne info. Bo, no... Jak nie, to zrobimy najwyżej next time, czy coś. W takim razie. Jutro to mamy update rewersa, więc jutro ja nie wiem, czy będzie Genshin. Więc na razie nie planuję Genshina jutro, na pewno sobie odpalimy rewersa. A dziękuję bardzo, dziękuję. A taki. Wciąż się... Utkaj. Wciąż jest w fazie budowy, bo ogólnie to tutaj chcę coś dać i myślałam nad jakimiś jeszcze półkami tu i tutaj z tyłu. I zastanawiam, czy nie wydupić tego. I tutaj dać jakieś półki. Także jeszcze tu jest work in progress trochę, no. Ciopój. Ogólnie się zastanawiam. Ale no, fajnie, podobało mi się. Mega to story jest. Także szapoba dla tego, kto robił. Jakie ta anime strzelanka ma być, wiesz co? Które anime strzelanka? Musisz doprecyzować, bo jest dosyć sporo anime strzelanek. Póki na książku tam w rogu. Znaczy, no niekoniecznie na książki, ale tak, no. Jakieś rzeczy. Znaczy, nie mamy za dużo książek ogólnie. Wszystkie moje książki są w tym u babci, ale nie mam zamiaru zbierać tych książek, bo tylko kurz ten. Ale na jakieś figurki by się przydało, bo mój mój Ifrit i Fenix z Finalki 16 jest tu. Aha, bo nie widzicie, ale czekaj. O, tu na górze mam... Czekaj, tak, o, tu. O, tutaj jest figurka, a tu są te planszówki z Wiedźmina, nie? Więc Więc no, a w lutym przyjdzie Sephiroth. Przydałoby się gdzieś to położyć w końcu. Nie oglądałam tego anime, no. Ten Ala Warframe. Nie wiemy. Wiesz, to się pojawiło jakieś 2 tygodnie temu, więc ja bym odliczała od tego czasu jakiś rok. Bo to są rzeczy, które się dopiero pojawiły. Jeszcze w ogóle nawet beta testów jakby takich oficjalnych nie było, więc niestety jak wychodzą tego typu rzeczy, jest to gacha i są to anime rzeczy, to raczej odliczajcie tak rok czasu minimum do premiery. Więc na razie się tylko jakby wstęp pojawił, więc no trzeba czekać na więcej info. Niestety nie ma daty premiery. Więc no. Dobra, ja sobie może pójdę coś zjeść. Też się zapisałam, no ale to wiadomo jak jest z tymi betami. Znaczy na razie to nie jest do bety Dark Battles, tylko to jest prerejestracja. Więc tam jeszcze nie ma ogólnie bety. Tylko to się robisz prerejestrację, jak się pojawią jakieś informacje, to przynajmniej dostaniesz na maila. I prawdopodobnie, jeżeli się pojawi jakaś beta, to może będziesz od razu zapisane. Bo to nie są zapisy do bety, tylko to są zapisy na stronę jako prerejestracja, która umożliwi ci jakieś nowinki i tak dalej, bo bety jeszcze nie ma żadnej ogłoszonej. No. Ale też się zapisałam, bo w sumie gierka ciekawie wygląda, więc no. Znaczy dużo jest takich gier, jest ten Enfield, który będzie, Wuthering Waves takich gier właśnie Genshino-podobnych, no i ten Duet Night Abyss ogólnie. Także to są takie gry, które no, takie RPG generalnie coś jak Genshinowo, tylko no, żeby to wyszło i żeby się nie okazało klapą w stosunku do eventów, jakiegoś kontentu i tak dalej, bo to bardziej o to chodzi, nie? Więc no. Dobra, ja uciekam. Dziękuję wam dzisiaj za obecność ogólnie. Ja się bawiłam dobrze na tym Archon Questie. Trwał on całe 5 godzin, ale o dziwo zrobiliśmy wszystko na jednym streamie. Tak niepodobne do mnie, nie? Ale kurde, wciągnęłam się w tego Archon Questa. Więc no, jutro się widzimy też jakoś po 17. Update w rewersie 1.1. Zobaczymy, co tam ma nam do zaoferowania, a potem zobaczymy, co zagramy. Także trzymajcie się wszyscy, też z YouTube'a się tam trzymajcie. I życzę wszystkim wieczoru już, czy nocy bardziej. No, dobrej pracy jutro, szkoły, gdzie tam idziecie jutro, no także pa!